guess I gotta stay.
Focus Recordings.
Anticipator, Mr. Two-Stepper, stress it later. The elevator, I'm trying to see space, I need acres. Feel the breeze of my ripped jeans, might see a crease on my training. Look at this temple, it ain't stainless. Seek for validation if they're famous, that's sad and shameless. Rap for the fact that it might save us, or even save myself from my own dangers. I see him doing wages, so it's only right I hit him with a taster. Help yourself, I ain't a savior. From the first word that was blurted, always meant the speech. Stepped in from the dirt and never swept my feet. Rugged, edgy, clumsy me, why did they act uppity? Bill a bat and sip your cup of tea, yeah. DMCs with demons just to take them off the path for me. My reflection, yeah, it laughs at me. Like who really says you can't compete, huh? Who got the gas, the white ash, pack it large for me. I'm on the stage doing party scenes, yeah. Awkward in a group of three, but crowds, they ain't hard for me. It's my mess, but it's a masterpiece. Life stress put out the doggy scene. Perfectionist, I'm hard to please. Yeah, life stress put out the doggy scene. Perfectionist, I'm hard to please. It's my mess, but it's a masterpiece. Savage and the saddest and it's long. Half my life I got it wrong. Still never hit the trap, I just chong. I'm chilling like Cheech, where has time gone? Let the mind speak, don't let the ride stop. I know my timing ain't off. Yeah, I know my timing ain't off. I'm high with my guys quite a lot, so just sit back. And if it comes to you, then hit that. Penny in the fountain, I still flick that. No long things or mishaps. On ship like Sinbad. This long trip will change your wings, man. Hey, I'm on things I used to wish, man. I still ain't giving credit to the bar. I'm trying to lift that. About to leave my mark across this big man. So save it when you're asking where I've been at. Save yourself. I was standing on a Caribbean beach, skimming shells, palm trees, and the breeze had me riding these toes. Might as well. All you need is time in this world. But all I see is eyes on the L, the highs and the L's. It's like when you lie, I can tell. I'm so unheard, I'm still. Are you concerned I felt? See for yourself. Cause what's life with no vision? My intuition leads to quick decision. I'm just stating what it is and what it isn't.
Focus Recordings. Recordings. are you not telling me? Focus Recordings. What are you not telling me? Focus Recordings. Focus Recordings.
Anti-piracy warning. Listen, I'm not going to threaten you. I know I can't do anything about it if you're not paying for this live broadcast. I'm just some guy. You hold the card here. You have the power. You press the like button. Know this. The guilt accumulated over a lifetime of pirating high walls will eventually cause testicular cancer. I don't even want to bring this up because it sounds like some kind of gay threat. It's not. It's real shit. Because illegal or not, I actually give a shit about your health. Unlike your mom and dad, unlike your radio, which you should pirate. Unlike your fucking teachers who told you that you never amount to shit. Hey, mind you too. Tell me about it. Hey, look, come on, if you want to keep your balls intact, you better wise up. Don't shoot the messenger. Literally just trying to help. It's what I do. Okay, I think this was a good video. Okay, peace.
He's not here.
Hide walls.
Episode 37.
Sleeping.
Hello, sir.
Caught me late, I was sleeping.
The art gallery in here.
That's what they call it.
It's bringing LA to RI.
The product, the siding product that I picked on, you have to prime the cut in. And I figured rather than sit there with like a brush, I just like spray. But I hold them and I just spray them so I look like a fucking bust on all the time.
Nice.
But I truly don't care. Speed.
Yeah.
I sacrifice my hand scrubbing for speed.
Speed demon.
It's not gonna look nice while you do it, but when it's done and it's cleaned up, you forgot about it. The paint that you inhaled. You forgot about taking naps when you're 33 like you're 75. Literally, if you came in here like 20 minutes ago, I was like this. Every day since I've been working on the siding like this. I'm fucking pepperoni cheese man. I've been listening to Ott.
Okay.
Ott, and when you listen to Ott, it's like, I don't know if it's really good or if the guy's like a total fag. But he's got like a thing. There's like a thing. It's good. It's really bad at first, but some people are gonna be like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
And some people are gonna be like, this guy's the best.
Yeah. I've been listening to a lot of names you would you probably know the same people. Pete Namlook, Higher Intelligence Agency, Spangle. You know, the stuff you like.
Yeah, the stuff that's in the background for the Tire Pros commercial.
Yeah.
Stuff that's in the background for the D'Angelo's $5.99 steak sub commercial.
Yeah.
I heard that shit. I wore these today to work on siding, and I was thinking about how it would be funny if you were sponsored by like a. It's like a X Games construction. Like I had like a button-up flight. I look like I'm like a bike rep for like Harrow Bikes.
Yeah, you do. Zach, you move on over.
We're getting tighter here.
Oh, you ever read about Burt Reynolds?
No.
I think Burt Reynolds, like, you know, out of that back in the day that Hugh Hefner would cover up all
He was
the.
always getting in trouble.
Hugh Hefner would buy bad things. So say they were like, oh shit, Burt Reynolds beat the snot out of this hooker in fucking Mesa, Arizona. And Hugh Hefner would always be like, got it, on it. And then he would call the lady that with like the fucking steak on her eye and the pictures of it and be like, what happened? He's like, Burt Reynolds was in here butt fucking me, and then all of a sudden he turned around and clobbered me one in the fucking hotel bathroom. And they would pay her like $6,000 for the fucking pictures and be like, all right, you're never gonna tell anybody about this, right? And she's like, no way, $6,000, give her the $6,000, give her the $6,000, lock it into a vault. He had all the incriminating evidence in that vault. That's what I read. And I can imagine that Burt Reynolds was a real fucking pain in the ass for Hugh Hefner. Like, just always
Creating too many opportunities.
just always fucking up. Like, now what?
Too much business.
Like, I can picture him like driving, like literally all coked out. They find him in like a hotel hot tub with his feet sticking out of it, like underwater. Like, get him in the fucking truck. All right, they bring him back. 2 hours later, he escapes the Playboy Mansion. He's like clobbering two fucking like, I don't know, models or something.
GTA.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds is full. He's alive. He's selling his fucking Trans Ams on Barrett Jackson 3 days ago. You sure saw that.
Oh, no shit.
3 dope smoking the Bandit Trans Ams.
I was looking at Trans Ams last night.
The split bumper 70.
Oh, actually, the you know the 4th gen. You know the Camaro that's like fucking like it's just weird.
Like the piece of shit kid in your neighborhood have one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That era Camaro and Firebird. I want.
Like in a 997.
They made it from '93 to 2002. Ugh, I want one of those.
Do you really?
Yeah,
They're cheap. They're good investment grade cars.
they're cool.
I remember when the first Camaro. I saw the first Camaro in Rhode Island. How'd the cars thing come on?
Still don't know. The Supra's getting tuned, supposedly, which will be cool if it works.
Mapped.
It's getting mapped.
It's like that. That's what happens when you fucking become a bust out. You start huffing paint, man. It sucks that you die. Eric Hayden and I were talking about 3,000 pound Mark Cuban. Mm-hmm. Did we ever tell you about that?
No.
Eric Hayden thinks that Mark Cuban is Goro.
Oh my god.
You know Goro from the movie Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Like that bad CG that they did in the 90s? Mm-hmm. And it was like, humans!
Yeah.
You should see. I don't want to ruin it. I don't even want to ruin it because I will film fucking Eric Hayden doing that. But he's like this, humans! Like his eyes all over. Remember like the fucking how bad it was?
Yeah.
It really fucked up the movie for me. Like that. Like the Mortal Kombat movie was really good, I thought, when I was a kid. I mean, I think everybody in the world was practicing backspin. Sweeps.
Kick. Yeah. Yes, we were.
I wish only God, only Jesus Christ would know that. How many back sweep? What do they call that? Like a back sweep kick?
Probably a sweep kick, leg sweep.
How many sweep kicks went up in like night, whatever the release of that? Like then that night.
That was
Every kid did it.
Can you imagine video footage of all that, hidden camera video footage, all synced up?
Piled
Thousands of kids across the nation.
Or whatever the Mortal Kombat thing was.
Yeah.
You're practicing sweep kicks. Mm-hmm. Fighting is no longer Mike Tyson punches to the face. It's all sweep kicks. Mm-hmm. I was thinking we could talk about society, but we should just only talk about conspiracies.
That'd be good.
Like I know construction's fun, but conspiracy.
That would be very funny to do.
Have you read
that well to society?
Have you read anything?
I've just been following the QAnon stuff.
Yeah.
Which is fucking annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying. I really feel like I'm getting my chain jerked a lot on that one. I feel stupid.
Yeah.
You're holding a pot of hot water.
Yeah. Trust the plan. OPSEC 1722C.
Plus sign.
Missiles are go. Trust the plan. It's like the like bad news came out that day. It's like Trump like fucking up.
Yeah.
War with Syria. You go on QAnon, it's like green condition alpha. We are good to go. Anons, keep digging through the fashion emails.
Like totally stumped on what to just type in like backslash plus.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
I wish you would type a QAnon post.
Right? Bombs away! Upside down question mark. But keep looking up. The truth is so close. We can. What is it? They're going down. Like for sure, man. It's so bad. It's such a fucking bad way to.
I still buy it though.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm off that one. I think that's like I think I've had enough fun with that. Have you talked about watches ever on your show?
No.
No.
I talked to Ryder Rips about it though. He's into watches though.
Yeah, he likes.
It's funny. It's cool.
I got something Ryder Rips once.
Yeah, do you?
I did.
I don't. I bet you don't. I think he's satisfied. He's got a gold
82
Rolex.
Datejust.
Yeah, and he's got and his other one that he wears is a Casio, like cheapest shit possible Casio. Ugh. I think that's his style. It's like those two things.
Look fun. Everybody that I like that comes into my store that's not like a TV-ish person likes watches. Mm-hmm. Halfway decent. But I got a Milgauss.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That's cool.
But it was cheap.
Does it have the green
glass
hand or whatever the fuck?
The lightning bolt one?
Can I see it?
Yeah. This little old lady was like, my husband always wanted a Rolex. You know, she's telling me that because I buy antiques.
Oh, no.
She's like, my husband waited till he was 90 years old to buy this. And he bought a Milgauss, which is kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like, why would you buy like a semi-modern, like $6,500 watch? She said he paid $6,500. I was like, look, these things, Rolexes are in the toilet. I'll give you $600 for it. So I gave out the $600, and she was like, can you do $1,000? I was like, no, $600. And I opened her hand up. Her hand was clenched. She had her hand, and I like fucking pulled her hand open. I shoved the $600 in, and I was like, where the fuck is the box? Because she was trying to give it to me without the box. And I was like, go get the fucking receipt and go get the fucking box because they're not. I'll give you 300 if it doesn't have the box. So she found the box. Is that a Japanese guy's watch?
No, this is like a guy that plays with trains watch.
Oh.
Looks good on me. I might just have to keep this one.
Not my Milgauss that I robbed from a little lady. And she was like, I think I got ripped off. And I was like, shut your fucking mouth, you stupid fucking cunt. And she was like, my husband, what? And she was coughing with blood in her hand and shit like that. And I fucking laid a big fucking fart. So I fucking ripped stinky, wet fucking farts. Nice. No, I'm kidding. My dad got it. My dad got it from a car dealer. I love thinking about ripping old, like, 90-year-old ladies off. Bro. It's just so fucking... Because, to be honest with you, I don't do that. I don't. I really don't. Even the real, I don't want to... But guys do that. Like, guys in the antiques business rip little old ladies off all the fucking time. Every day. Right now it's happening. There's some, like, piece of shit in, like, a hoodie with, like, paint on his hands. Like, smoking a cigarette in her house that's not even allowed. Like, offering her, like... She's got like 20 things that are good. And he's like this, I'll give you $600 to take it all out of here. It's like, a lot of times it's like thousands of dollars.
Damn.
I love it. It's so funny.
Damn. That reminds me, I was watching I've been editing the footage of the time we were in your shop. And you're talking about how, you're talking about old ladies, like they'll bust you on price.
Yeah.
Like real bad. And you were like, you as her, will you take 70 for it? And you're like, you know what? I will, you old bag of skin, if I can kick you up your gray ass. If I can just pull your hair real hard for 5 seconds.
I want to swing you around by your hair follicles. I bet you all rip out. I want to kick you as you're fucking flying away.
Drag you across the carpet by your hair.
I want to have my buddy throw you out of the back of a pickup bed and I want to kick you in the fucking top of your head on the way down. I'm slowing down on the antiques. I fucking hate it.
Really?
Oh, I fucking hate it.
What are you gonna do, houses?
I'm gonna do houses. Just one by one. Slow pieces of shit. I'm gonna sell them. I'm gonna sell this one. But I've been getting my balls busted so bad. And I've realized, like, I used to be a nice guy. I used to be, you know, Jack's a nice guy. I used to be fucking, upright, smiling all the time.
You used to be normal.
Normal? It's totally normal. And then, like, I'm like, why the fuck am I in a bad, like, I'm milled down. And it's like your whole psyche becomes, like, put into a fucking pencil sharpener. And now you're like, oh. It'd just be like people knocking you. You know what people tell me a lot now? And people, you look like shit. Everybody says that.
Sounds familiar.
Did I say that last time? Did we talk about that last time?
No, it's just people say that to me a lot.
People say that, like adults say that to me all the time.
Yeah.
There's this fucking guy at the auction, and he always, dude, you gotta get some new clothes, man. I wear one kind of pants. I wear Scotch and soda, like Abbott pants. They're like $180. Only, or Incotex, whatchamacallit. They do look like shit. I wear 3 flannels that I get given to my father. It gives me shirts. I haven't bought a shirt in years, and hats. And I usually have nice shoes on. But this guy will tell me, like, you wear like Nick's boots, don't you?
I don't have them yet, but I.
You know, like each component is a nice thing, you know, or it's an expensive, well thought out thing.
Right.
I'll get it right to the face. So this guy Todd, right? He is 5'5", 5'6", thin guy, like really thin, curly, like Justin Timberlake 1998 hair, but like gray, silvery. One earring in the left hand, like a miniature, like Harrison Ford wannabe with like octagonal, pretty cool glasses that like are pretty cool, and then like a half-length cafe racer saddle leather jacket and like Bon Jovi's jeans.
Yeah.
So every day, every Monday at the auction, he makes it a point to be like, dude, you gotta get some new clothes, man. That's how he talks. And I'm like, Todd, with that fucking jacket on, those tight little jeans, you look like you've been cleaning Michael Jackson's asshole with your mouth for a month and a half. The week before that, I was like, you look like you were ballroom dancing with Elton John an hour ago. And he's like, what? And I just walk right by him every time. Like, it's funny because I buy shit all the time. I buy so much shit from him. It's not even funny. I cleaned out his whole house for like $1,500. It's really funny. I bought that Porsche 944 Turbo for $850 from him. And I sold it for $4,000 2 weeks later. I did nothing to it.
I did nothing.
I put it on a tow truck, dragged it to the auction, and sold it for $4,200 2 weeks later. I did zero to it.
That answer is so good. I did nothing to it.
Right. I didn't clean clean it. I didn't paint it. I didn't put wheels. I didn't even grease the fucking thing. I brought it from A to B and collected the money. That's all I did. It's true. Like, doing nothing is almost everything. Like that. You're gonna like that with that Datsun you bought. That fucking Datsun you bought. I'm cleaning up the garages right now as we speak for that, though. By the way. Later on, we're gonna have my buddy Casey Wells come by here, and he's gonna do a backside 1440s off the snow mountain over there. And he's gonna be doing tail slides down the handrail that we made. We're gonna lay down a fire because we have that. That's the effect that we go for in our backyard snowboard videos. Like light things on fire. It's kind of like real metal. We're not like, true street. It's like we build a lot of things ourselves out of like plywood and shit and make it like gnarly looking.
Hell yeah.
Do you ever see that?
Yeah.
Like BMX competitions where they're just like nasty shit boxes. There's one in Fall River, Mass. that was fantastic.
Really?
Remember? It was me and the Crusher drinking diesel.
What's that?
Remember?
No.
There was a Fat Bald Men bikes, FBM bikes. They call it like the death ramp or something like that. It was just like a bunch of fucking pipes on the ground. They put pieces of plywood like up on top of the pipes and made these like wicked fucked up dangerous looking, like 16 feet high, like in like a swamp behind a factory in like New Bedford.
Damn.
And there were like 60 like crust punks and shit and all like, Harrow Bikes, not Harrow, like shit bike companies. Unsponsored guys, like dudes with like long hair, just losing the fucking, like going off and losing into like pallets and jagging. And there was this dude there that didn't ride bikes, and he was like, "Yeah, I was out with the fucking Crusher and we were drinking diesel." What the fuck does that mean?
Damn.
What the?
When the fuck was that?
I showed you that.
Fuck.
A long time ago, BMX thing. When I used to work over at, when I was working for Eastern Border, I was a product rep for Burton and for K2 Snowboards and Sims Bindings. I was a sex wax dealer, and I worked at a head shop for a while too. And I don't know.
I used to be sponsored by Mushroom Tip Bongs.
It's the bong company.
Mushroom Tip?
Yeah, it is.
Nah. That should be a thing.
Yeah, wait.
Mushroom Tip Bongs. Man. Slogan's like, get your mushroom tip.
In that mouth. Get it in that mouth. Mondo.
You should be sponsored by Big League Chew and
I'm trying to think of all the good brands.
Gushers.
O'Neill.
O'Neill.
O'Neill clothing has been so great.
Bob's Stores. Soap shoes. You ever have those?
Yeah, you know who was pretty good on soap shoes? Brian.
Oh, no shit.
I think Brian's trying to find soap shoes too.
That's cool.
I think Zach was good at soap shoes too. Yeah. Probably his
Yeah.
backside.
Yeah, Heelys.
Yeah, just Heelys with the soap inserts. I was cruising around the city. I was Japanese. He's fucking on a telephone wire. Side of a building.
Listening to Cornelius.
Listening to Cornelius all day. Have you been buying anything crazy?
No. I've been, no, I'm running low on money. Spending a lot on, like, production and stuff.
Yeah.
I got this kid working on, some video game prototype stuff. Just fucking around in Unity, making, like, 3D first-person shooter, like, sort of Doom-like 3D shooter prototype thing.
With the beasts, do you have beasts that move?
There'll be beasts that move, yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah. What's beast that moves? Is that a thing?
I'm just thinking. No, I'm thinking like I think of Doom and like think of the different creatures. You had like the imp,
Yeah.
and then you had like the stronger imp, then you had like the grades.
The Barons from Hell.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be a lot like that, I think.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of what the funniest inanimate object that could be, like a beast that chases you, but it has like human movements, like not a pack of cigarettes, but something like stupid like that. Cigarettes are too good; you wouldn't want to shoot them. Those are worth something. It's kind of counterproductive if you have them as beasts. Although that's kind of funny. If you had something that was a goal that you wanted to get, but sometimes they're like that, but they attack you.
That's good.
That would be crazy. Like one of the things, like a turkey or something that you needed.
In this game Dark Souls, and a lot of games actually, but it's famous in Dark Souls, treasure chests. When you go to a treasure chest, sometimes it'll open up and attack you.
Yes.
Like it has a mouth and everything.
That's funny though.
Yeah, it is cool. It would be cool if packs of cigarettes. Like, hey, what are you trying to do?
I'm poison.
And they shot their cigarettes at you.
Yeah. Yeah. You get tumors on your throat. Some of your functions lose. Something crazy is probably gonna happen in the next like 2 years. Over the next 2 years. Some like major shift of things. It's gonna be. I don't know what the next good answer to do is. It's probably gonna just buying houses and fixing them up, but part of me wants to flip the fuck out and move to like coastal Maine up near Canada.
Yeah, I was looking at when the Syria thing was announced. I was looking at routes to Maine, just in case we had to bounce or something.
You might have to.
Yeah.
If we're in World War III. It's this. What is happening with that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm still a believer in the QAnon shit, but only because the alternative is so dark. I'm holding out that I believe in. Trump's got a plan.
No, I don't know.
He doesn't. No. Yeah, no.
No, he doesn't.
No, I think it's fucked. But still.
Jump ship, abort mission. Move directions. Lateral move. Time for a lateral move. Whoopsie daisy. Repeat. Whoopsie daisy. I always think about that shit. Like if it is like total hell and you're like, fuck, they're all in on it. God damn it, I knew it the whole thing. I should have just stuck with my gun. Always say that. And it's always like, ugh. Ugh. I don't know if you'd be safe anywhere. I think that Canada's hellhole politics-wise, but there's no people in Canada.
Well, you just have to be away from. Nah, there's no place you'd be safe. You'd be so fucked. Fallout would get. You'd have to build a bunker. Because no matter where you go, fallout would get you. Lack of electricity would get you, but the nuclear fallout would get you.
Nah, they would. Proximity?
No, the wind.
Ugh. I would hope that all the smoking that I did, it leaves me like the nuclear, the photons would be like, yeesh!
Yeah.
Fuck that grinder, that Italian grinder of a human being. I'll go fuck that tree over there instead. It just kills the tree, everything around me, but I'm fine because I'm a piece of shit. All the nuclear fucking, even nuclear, you're nuclear, so it can't.
I wish it worked that way.
I wish I was retarded and things work like I wish I wasn't retarded. I believe that would work. Yeah, I don't know. You think it would be that bad? All wind? It would just be everything around devastating.
I mean, if it was more than just one city being bombed, if like multiple bombs went off, then a lot of bombs would go off, and it would be just nuclear wind. Like you wouldn't be able to breathe outside anywhere. I think.
Nah. I don't think the modern warfare on this ground would happen like that. Only because I don't believe in 100% conquering.
I think it's unlikely, also. But
yeah, all of that, all the reality of that. The fear of that will push people into the woods, though. No.
Not in huge numbers. I mean, we're kind of at the peak. Are we at the peak fear of that? I mean, we're pretty high up there right now.
Would you really go to somewhere in the woods?
No.
You'd be like, fuck it, I'm gonna wait it out here. And Kennedy Plaza.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be in Kennedy Plaza in my steel ball.
Yeah.
That'd be wicked funny. Like every day you show up to work and you wait around in your steel fucking like ball, like your sphere that's parked on wheels or something. Like
it's by the Haven Brothers.
You're just parking just to fuck with bums and shit. Like it's totally impenetrable.
Yeah.
Can't get at it. It'd be just bums like throwing the $10 coffees at you.
It's covered in gum.
Bum gum.
Yeah.
But it would be really funny. It would be like, remember that show Trigger Happy TV?
Yeah.
The British guy? It would be really funny to park a steel ball, a nuclear, to show that you have enough to blast. Mm-hmm. And you call it like My Cockroach or something like that. Mm-hmm. And then you send a guy into the Kennedy Plaza and be like, this rich motherfucker, he's proven to us that we don't have any money. And you just make them start a riot every day. Every day you get the bums like riled up and you make them all pissed off. And then you have like you should have like a screen on the outside that shows your face, and every day you should like be actory and get super panicked and just take off.
It would be good to just taunt bums from impenetrable,
Yeah.
like booth or something.
Like renting a limousine for like a month and like driving it through with like a loud train horn.
Yeah.
Like, man, like get out of the fucking way! Like wicked rude.
Oh shit.
Like out of the fucking way! Like dynamic, like screaming at bums every day.
A few months ago, there was a tractor trailer truck trying to make a left turn, and there was this guy who like. He needed to move like 3 feet, and if he moved like 3 feet, the truck could have done what he wanted to do, but he was just oblivious to it. And so the tractor truck driver he was like, back up! Back up! It was so funny, man. I was yelling that the whole rest of the day. So good.
It's my idol today. Yeah. It's so funny, man. Like the place I looked at in Connecticut was next to a battered women's shelter, and they were building like a big battered women's shelter. And I would think about how funny it would be to drive down the street and be like, look who it is, the fucking bitch who doesn't listen.
Oh no.
Get back here! Always yelling things down the street at like the battered women's shelter. What are you, fucking stupid?
Oh my.
Is that what's wrong with you? What are you, fucking stupid? You stupid fucking bitch! Do me a favor, sweetheart. Go to the store and get me some fucking smokes. Use your money. I'll pay you when you get back here. I don't trust you fucking crackhead bitch. No one trusts you. You're not a trustworthy person. Like logistics always go down like shit when you're dealing with retards. Like, I don't have any money. You know, like every time I have like or some shit. Well, I don't have any money for that. It's like, oh, great piece of shit, man, world. Piece of shit. But it'd be so fun. There's just so many, like a battered woman's shelter is just like such a fucking funny thing. Like, just like havens of battered women in like the same place, like stakes on their eyes and like, it's just so fucking crazy. Like it's nuts. It's really good grounds for a sitcom, especially where it is because
Good place to start dating.
It's called Match.com. Sponsored by Match.com.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Meatholes.com. I wonder if it's just a domestic violence shelter.
What's the difference?
You know, when all the men get beat up.
Oh.
Like the ultimate con.
Can we go there?
Yeah, like this. I come in with a black eye. My wife fucking threw a stapler at me. I'm sick of it. I'm like, I'm done. I can't take this anymore. This is ruthless. I go there. You been watching a lot of MMA?
Yeah, I've been keeping up with it.
Conor McGregor stuff?
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
And it's kind of, I don't know if there's anything exciting right now. I mean, I like it, but I don't know, like, something about like guys who are like 150 pounds is like, it's not that exciting. It's cool.
Yeah, heavyweights are crazy to watch.
Yeah.
Francis Ngannou.
Yeah.
Getting knocked out by Stipe.
Yeah. But even Stipe's not exciting.
Boring fighter.
It's all boring. I haven't seen anything that's not boring.
Gotcha. That guy Gotcha is pretty funny. Got it.
The guy that
lost last week.
Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah.
He's he dies.
I like the Diaz brothers.
Yeah, Diaz brothers.
Those are my favorite like current fighters.
They are good.
They're good.
They made you like them.
Yeah.
That's what the Diaz brothers. If you really get into them, you find out you're like, Diaz is such a fucking asshole.
I like them just from the get-go.
No, but they're tough. They're wicked tough, and they're fucking ridiculous.
You ever watch interviews with Nate Diaz?
Sometimes.
He's like, look, you'll ask a question like, how do you feel about the fight?
Hey, how do you feel? You got a pretty big fight.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, man. It's, I'll fight him. That's the kind of shit he does.
It's just so ridiculous. Like turning your back on people. It's just so like, I don't know.
He's funny.
That's funny shit, man. I saw this chart that Conor McGregor compared himself something. He predicted that he would make more money than Cristiano Ronaldo in like a year ago. And then he said that congratulations to Jay-Z, who became the highest paid entertainer. And do you know who the highest paid entertainer was every year for like 3 years in a row now? Take a guess.
Highest paid entertainer?
Highest paid singer, and it can be anybody. It's a singer though. It's a
singer?
It's like a singer. It could be like any genre. But who do you think it would be?
Drake or Beyonce?
That's a fair guess.
Highest paid singer.
And I think Jay-Z just got this spot, so that's kind
I don't know.
Puff Daddy.
Oh, really?
Puff Daddy makes and he works the least amount of hours.
Damn.
Like, I can't even fucking believe that.
That's crazy.
I think that's like a lie.
I haven't heard Puff Daddy's name in fucking years.
In 15 years.
3 years since I've even heard his.
You might as well have told me the fucking Cardigans or like Ace of Base is the highest paid fucking actor. Like fucking Tommy Lee is the highest paid fucking rock star. So, like that's totally fucking crazy to me. But I guess they figured it out. Like, remember when Birdman was having like Young Thug and like the other dude on this plane with like no shirt on at night, and it looked like the gayest thing you've ever fucking seen in your life?
Have you seen the video of fucking Birdman straight up kissing Lil Wayne on the mouth?
Yes. What's that about? What the fuck is that about?
I don't know.
Like, I don't kiss my boys on the lips. Like, never, not once, not by accident. It ain't something we pilled out that'd be funny. That's what a gay guy would do, right? I mean, there's just no way about it. There's no two ways. Or just like, I wonder if he was like, oops. Like Birdman was like, oop, oh shit. Fuck.
They've done it multiple times on camera.
No, they don't even care.
Every time he's like, I fucked up.
Shit. What? Nothing. Don't change the subject.
There's some backstage, there's some behind the scenes thing of Lil Wayne that's like, so I think the audio, I don't know if someone messed with the audio, like it's not entirely 100% believable, but it sounds like it might just be bad audio.
Yeah.
But it's like he's shirtless and he's like, yeah, one man was sucking him, it was the first time I never seen it, suck him like that. That's the way we do it though. Like for like a good like 5 minutes, like Lil Wayne's like, yeah, well when you kiss him, that's how it goes. When he's bug ass naked, that's what I'm saying. Oh, have you seen that?
No, I believe. It's just I think it's so funny though. I would like to think like because it would be the equivalent of like in a show, like a TV show, just being like, what if like when we were shooting the show, they were like, hey, what's going on? It's Sam, and hey, we're hanging out here. There's our two friends. They got no shirt on. Yeah, we having fun. We're drinking and shit. I got my shirt on, but fucking he doesn't have a shirt on.
Hey, and he's got soap on him.
he's greasy. What the fuck you would think? Why
all right, y'all get out of here. I gotta clean my boy up.
No, it's really fun to think about though, because I mean, obviously with Bryan Singer and all that shit all happened, but it's just to think about like, god damn, I want to know. You know what I figured out this? I was thinking of this week is Jonathan Brandis.
Who's that?
Jonathan Brandis, the kid from Sidekicks. Remember Jonathan Brandis? He was cool. He was like a cool kid actor when we were kids.
I feel like I remember.
He was in the Landboat. Nah, he was in like but he killed himself. You know when there was like that run of like 15 Child, like Jared Leto and like that, like Jared, but now Jared Leto's totally fucked now. He's running around fucking Yugoslavia eating 10-year-olds.
We gotta cut this part, but did I tell you I met Shia LaBeouf?
No, a couple of acid cigars.
This is the new acid cigar model right here.
Speedster, they call it.
That's the Mach 5.
Yeah, the fastback.
Yeah. So this is the original acid cigar, but this is what they just started making is the fastback.
It's in the GT line.
Wait, where's yours, Zach?
Oh, no, it's gone now.
Oh, you smoked that whole thing?
No, it's gone.
Acid?
No, the weed.
Oh no, it's in my pocket.
Oh.
Still smoking. It's always good.
It's still smoking.
Still smoking.
It's like Cheech and
Let's
Chong.
see if you could still hit it. You know, it would have looked. It would have did the thing where I lit my pocket.
This is the new acid. What do we call this one? The fighter jet.
What are the good boat name things like?
Corsair.
Yeah, the Corsair.
The new acid Corsair.
That's a real the Riviera.
Torpedo.
That's the top seller.
Yeah, this is really good. It'll get you where you need to go. Remember, GTs, Corsairs.
Or you can't go wrong with the original Cuba Cuba. I'm a big acid fan.
Is it Cuba Cuba? Is the kind of
that's what it's called. Yeah, that's their main. This is probably the most popular selling cigar. Like straight up, I bet it's probably it's got to be one of the top 10. Like,
it's probably the top selling cigar, like a semi-premium cigar in the United States, like for real.
It's probably the top selling cigar in the United States, like including Backwoods and everything. And maybe not including Backwoods, but they were bought by Swisher.
Is it time to open a cigar company?
I mean, you could probably make a lot of money.
I'd make GTs. I'd come up with my own cool version of GTs. I would definitely do like some sort of like a scallop, like a nice, a cool like bobber style scallop detail, and then probably like a couple of Sailor Jerry looking like tattoo prints, because this is an eagle that's pretty cool. That's a German war eagle, I think. But on this side,
on the American spirit.
Yeah, look,
they use the Nazi eagle on the American spirit.
They're like, yeah, it means peace.
Yeah.
It's like when you in the old Aztec or is it the old backward swastikas? They're like, yeah, it means good fortune in sales.
Yeah,
You know, like this, but yeah, and then this symbolism, which makes you think it's just like all the German shit. It's like a rip off, like dead rip off. So feathers and shit. That'd be so funny if that ended up coming out. So nice. Zach's telling me to settle into the weather up here. It's nice. It's fucking winter in April. Supposed to have a 420 party. It's not gonna happen. No 420 party this year, dude.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure fucking bummer, dude. The only thing I got to look forward to. Did you get the soar?
Not yet. I don't know if I want to. The outside's like perfect, but the interior, the dash has a crack on it. So I don't know. I don't know what to do.
How much?
It'll probably
to the door.
Probably like 13 or 14 something.
That pains in the fucking balls. I'm selling my car. I have it getting tuned up. I'm selling it right. This guy from a pizza place wants to buy it. I'm gonna drive it right to a shop. I'm gonna sell it to him. I'm not even gonna dick around. $9,000 takes it. Get this fucking thing out of my hair. I hate it.
Which car?
The white BMW, the Bavaria.
Oh yeah.
Fuck that thing. Fuck all of them. Fucking cars are the biggest fucking waste of fucking money ever. Shitty houses.
That's the buy. In case you're listening out there,
$7,500.
that's the buy to make.
Take that clean, unwashed credit. Don't buy a street bike. Don't buy a car. And save up $8,000. Buy a house. Buy the shittiest house in the town over that you live in, probably. If you guys watch this stuff, you probably live in some fucking asshole town. Go to the town over with a nice school. Buy the shittiest house in the neighborhood. Bang. There you done. Oh, my father told me this. This is kind of cool. This is semi-interesting. So my dad is a wholesaler. He wholesales cars. He buys all the used cars at like a big auto mall, drives them to the auction, and then sells them. He buys them there, gets the titles, drives them, sells them. The lady, and they're always trying to give you money to buy cars. That's the way the auction works. The auction's like, take $500,000 mark, or spend on the money. But if you don't sell the car in 30 days, you get fucking shellacked. Like it's like the worst loan out, period. So he's always using, he's like, fuck it, I'll just use it. I don't need to borrow. And they're like, one of the ladies who kind of likes him because he's ridiculous, she's like, don't go heavy into this business. Like real cryptic. She's like, we just got like word that like all the new car dealers are gonna drop the prices on leasing to nothing. Record lows that you've never seen. There's so what I'm keeping my eye on as a barometer is the $69 Camry lease. You can lease a $30,000 Camry for $69 a month. That's a deal. I would do that. Here, give me the Camry. There's an F-150 lease supposedly for $129 a month.
How much do you have to put down?
Like $2,600. That's what they're doing now. So get ready for that. New cars, the lowest leases you've ever heard of. Ever. And they're gonna wipe out the little guy.
That's crazy.
Yep. And they're gonna make it so cheap. And it's gonna be incredible. Florida's where they're gonna start with the manipulation. And that's what and everybody's gonna be going to Florida to buy cars. I'm going to Florida to buy a Camry for $69 a month.
And this is just to blow out used car dealerships?
It's just to torture. It's like the branded gas thing. It's to be like, why would you go buy a car from slimeball used car salesmen, which they're not, and you can buy a brand new car for $69 a month. And they have the bank power to finance anybody. Like total rat bag, no job, not even a good story. You're done. And here's where it gets great. Everybody's credit is like that. So now they come in on the $69, they leave at $119. It's still kind of a deal, but they're still banging people over the head, or worse, or $190 a month. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun to see.
You ever want to sell cars again?
Yeah, real bad.
I was thinking
right
about it today.
Fuck, take a job tomorrow.
How fucking funny it is.
I got a job selling Lexuses, 120, 140 a year. Boston. You should come with me. Lexus of Hingham.
Hingham.
The only thing that was a hurt change was you got to be clean shaven. Not doing it. Toyota pickup trucks are the best customers. Guys who buy Toyota 4Runners.
I don't even.
Maybe not.
I barely sold any of those people. Like, I guess because it was near Boston, maybe. But
yeah.
I think I only sold I only even showed those cars like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, it was all Prius lease.
Yeah, there's a ton of Priuses, a ton of Camrys, Corollas.
Prius lease.
Prius was a big one.
Should take a job selling cars. It would shut down everything else, but it would be so much fun.
It would be fun to do it for like 2 months or something.
It would be. Make $35,000, 2 months. I mean, if you're good, you can. Those numbers are real. That's what I tell the manager.
Make next to nothing. I'd make next to nothing.
I show up late all the time. I blow all my deals.
That'd be so weird. I'd fuck everything up.
No, you probably make a fuckload of money.
I think I probably am too rusty.
Nah. It's like riding a bike. Right back in the hot seat. 2 Camrys a day.
Hi. Well, you want to buy a car?
I don't know. Are you gonna leave?
Wait.
I can make the deal better.
Wait.
Come back. What? No, this is going bad. Let's start over. This isn't going. Oh shit! Oh, I knew this was gonna happen. Boop boop beep beep boop boop. You look down at your phone. You're googling PP. Boop boop boop. It's so fucking funny. But I like to think about going and then just talking shit to a car salesman the whole time. Just putting be like, guys like you don't make it. Like, you know what it is about? No one wants to buy a car from a guy like you. You're a fucking sleazeball. I mean, I don't lie. You lie. You lie.
So that's one thing, car salesmen. It's called putting rats in their head when you talk shit to other car salesmen to try to fuck their day up and fuck up their whole flow.
You attack anything that's good that they have going on about their current work situation. Like, so if you have like a 20 car salesman and you're the new 20, so you're gonna have to step on his toes at least 7 times on a 20 car month. So the way to do it is attack the pay plan. You're just a total piece of shit, and you like basically tell him that he's not making enough money, even if he does what he's gonna do, which he's not. So you're kicking him twice, and then you're like, and I happen to know that the manager doesn't like you, and that's a problem. That's gonna be a problem for you. Drug testing, like just all kinds of anything like this. I don't know. Your wife's home a lot. Torture. I don't do that, but people have done that to me. Like, dude, you know what it is about guys like you? They catch you with the weed. Next thing you know, you're in front of the corporate office. And I'm just like this. Maybe. They're fucking with me. I'm believing. I'm like, yeah. I come home talking to John. They could get me at any moment. I always have weed on me. Like literally, any time you could catch me, I have weed. It's just like. Maybe this isn't for me.
Damn, man.
I got ratted.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man.
No, it's so funny, though.
I'd kill those people if I
could. No, it doesn't work because I'm good at it.
Yeah.
I'll call them slobs and make them feel bad about their appearance.
Yeah.
Like, you're a fucking slob, dude. Your life is gone, man. All your good years, those are just stories now. It's over.
The glory years are gone for you.
You can't even finance a fucking house, dude. You're beat. Like, you're all beat all the way around. You're like a... You should be a runner. Like, you should be a guy that, I don't know, you're going to have to ask him.
A runner as in someone who runs errands for the dealership.
Yeah, a runner is the lowest job on the totem pole. It's a guy who sits around a dealership and go take this battery to this car dealership down the street. Okay. They take the back, come back. All right, take this title to the auction an hour away. Okay. My dad's business partner, I told him one day, I was like, man, you fucking missed your calling, dude. You should have been you shouldn't have been an owner of a dealership. You should have been a fucking runner, dude. You got all the, because there's guys that come in like, a runner will be sitting in your dealership. You'll be doing business.
You said that to the guy that owns half the dealership.
Yeah. You missed your calling. You should have been a runner. And he was like, he didn't even get it. Like, I was like, you fucking, you'll come to my dad's dealership and his runners will be sitting there and they'll be like, hey, customers, like legit customers that are buyers, they'll come in, they'll be like, hey, I'm interested in the Camry. How much for the Camry? And this is the answer. I don't know. You're gonna have to talk to Rocky. Like, not like, let me leave your phone number. I'll call you back with the price. Nothing like that. It's just I don't know. That came in. They'll even go worse. I don't know. It came in. They gotta fix the rattle. That car's broken. Like the worst thing to say. Like it's not even broken. Like came in with 2 flat tires. Like just things that people don't want to hear. Genuinely about a car. Like I don't know. They said it was making a noise. Vagary, like doom vagaries.
Man,
on top of no help.
I just remembered there was this couple, and they wanted a new Highlander.
Yeah.
Which were okay at the time. Like they were semi-decent. They were decently nice, and we didn't have like what they wanted at the dealership. So the manager was like, "Hey, you gotta show them 317, like the stock number of the car." And it was a Highlander. It was like an 11 Highlander, which is like a small. It's like shitty inside. Even if it was brand new, it's a way worse vehicle. No one would want this thing. And it had a nasty, like, beige cloth interior that just smelled like complete shit. And this is like a Boston yuppie couple, like people like you know,
real buyers,
like similar, sort of like us, like older, and so I had to show him this thing because the manager was like, you gotta sell him 317. We gotta move this. Yeah.
Move this beige piece of shit that no one wants.
Yeah, and the inside of it smelled like a smoky diaper. Like it was so disgusting.
Yeah.
Cloth interior, and but they were to be nice. They like drove in this thing and like sat in it, and Then I was like, you don't want this, right? We got to figure something else out. And I went back to the manager, and the manager's like, well, tell them if the smell bothers them, put the ozone machine in overnight. So they kept going along with it. We put the ozone machine, which is like a air purifying thing.
They went through. They made a deal then.
No.
Oh.
They put the ozone machine in it, ran it overnight, and it still smelled like shit the next morning. Oh. And then they fucking came back, but that was the last I ever saw them. They didn't buy a car.
Yeah, they were like, fuck this.
Yeah.
Like, just find me the fucking, do a locate. It was a new, they wanted a new one?
They wanted a new one, yeah.
The guy didn't feel like jumping on the computer and doing a locate.
He was making me push this fucking old thing.
Because it's gross in the second car, that
for
means
whatever reason.
They bought the piece of shit for 11, they could sell it to him for 16, make $5,000, or they could make $500 on a locate, but he'd have to go on the computer. I tell him to show them this car, this is a good value. I told you once before, Sam, you listen to me, I know all the tricks. That's your $250,000 a year boss.
Yeah.
Manny Gaspar. You show them this one, this car's a better car. You come around the corner, the nice shiny gold paint.
I had this manager, his name was Tony, and he was a big, like, real corn milk white guy from Maine that they brought down from like the Maine Subaru. He was a former state trooper. They brought him down to like fix the dealership's numbers. Yeah. Because he was good at selling Subarus in Maine. And so he gets down to the Toyota dealership, and we're like selling a used, like falling apart Toyota Avalon to like some Haitians. Yeah. And he comes out and does the exact same thing he would do to like white people in Maine. He's like, well, great to meet you. On there. Yep. When I was a state trooper, we saw a lot of gnarly action, like doing this fucking like this real
cool intro to himself.
Yeah, this real country closing thing on these like Haitians who just want like to get a car and are willing to pay like $800 a month for some shitty thing because their credit's so fucked up.
Yeah, Haitians love Avalons, man.
They do.
They like nice cars. And did it work?
Well, those people were so desperate in that case to get financed that they ended up getting financed, and that was fine. But I think there was one time where there was another like yuppie couple, like very clean cut Boston young group of two people, a guy and a girl, and the guy had like a Seiko watch on, and like Tony had like a Citizen watch on, and Tony was like, nice Seiko diver there. Yeah, I'm a real watch fag myself. And I was like, oh my god, that's brutal. That's so hard.
That was the main guy?
That was the main guy, yeah.
I'm a real watch fag myself. Yeah, I didn't show Sam. Give me a banana. Show me how I can suck on a banana. Like, I'm a real watch fag myself. I'm literally wearing a butt plug right now. Oh, check it out. He pulls down his pants. He's got a jockstrap on. Check me out. And then he goes into the craziest gay tirade ever. Oh, check me out. Puts lipstick on and fucking dives through the window. He's watching the Kira videos 3 desks away.
With like a Rolex GMT on or something.
The Pepsi. Mm-hmm. I made a business card one time and I put like all old car salesmen to call me with this number, email me your stories with this number. And I got a few, and I got like a few crazy ones. They were just mostly like coke fueled crashing of demos. But even that's nuts too. Like we don't even have friends that are like, yeah, a friend did a whole bunch of fucking drugs and drove a car through a fucking CVS.
Yeah, I guess the heyday of car sales was probably the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, you could do things back. You can't get away with anything now.
Yeah.
I like to think that I like them thinking that they still can though. But now they're getting stiffed. Now they're stiffing everybody. That's the new thing to do.
What, the dealership stiffing the salesman?
Stiffing salespeople, auctions, not paying for cars, not making payments on the building, like being deadbeats with their corporate accounts and their non-bank tied vendors. So they're all going to lose their chips soon, which is you're going to see that. That's a prediction right here today that you'll see a lot of dealership names like Eagle Volkswagen is going to change a lot. You're going to see that change fucking all over the place. They're all changing. The old school's getting out. And no one wants to buy them too. That's the fun part. Even the rich guys that are like tech money guys, they're like, I ain't buying a fucking car dealership. Fuck that. And that's going to be fun because then they're going to go full corporate Ford and you're just going to be ordering online. No more. Like it'll be donezo in 10 years.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Hide Wars, episode 30-something. Nick Rochefort. On Instagram, what's your Instagram? Follow his Instagram.
Yeah, you know where it is.
Nick Rochefort.
You guys know where it is.
You guys, come on. All right, man. Well, cool.
All right, fun.
See ya. Peace.
Nostradamus tells us. Nostradamus.
You're listening to the Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Well, friends, you've heard of the boiling frog analogy, and we've probably heard too much of that analogy over the last several years as it becomes all too much obvious to all of us that this is, to some extent, what is taking place as they slowly turn up the heat in this pot of boiling water, and because they are doing it slowly, bit by bit by bit, most of the frogs will be happy to sit there and boil alive instead of jumping out of the water. Of course, the analogy is that if you were to put the pot of water on a already boiling plate, the frogs would just jump out of it. But if you just slowly turn up the heat, the frogs will sit there and boil to death. Well, Unfortunately, it's even worse than that, because it's not only that the frogs will sit there and boil to death, but they will actually become used to it. They will actually start to grow fond of the boiling water, and they will actually deride anyone who doesn't like the boiling water as crazy. And this is a phenomenon that is unfortunately taking place right now. And tonight we're going to be going over that as it applies to the war on terror, which we have been steeped in and inculcated with over the past 10 years. And it is getting worse and worse and worse. So I want to draw your attention tonight right off the bat to a very disturbing report that's been released by the Center for Investigative Reporting at cironline.org. Of course, the link will be in the show notes for tonight's episode. And they have this really disturbing story: more Americans support torture to fight terrorism, poll finds. And basically, the long and short of it is that there was a YouGov poll that was conducted in August of 1,000 people that shows that up to 41% of the population now support torturing prisoners as a way of extracting information, or just treating prisoners, I suppose, in this war on terror paradigm. And that is up 14 points from where it was in 2007 during the Bush years. So as we talked about, as we expected, as we had predicted, the not only is the right, the neocon fake conservatives on board with the war on terror paradigm, as they've always been, but now because the Obama-Messiah is sitting in the White House, now the liberal Democrats are on board with it as well. So basically, you've got the entire phony political spectrum bought into and invested in this phony war on terror fight. And because they're happy to have Jack Bauer, the Jack Bauers of the world out there torturing prisoners in the name of protecting freedom and democracy, or something like that. So it's quite disturbing. I'll let you read through this these poll results and look at it for yourself. But yes, basically people have literally taken on board, literally started to adopt these policies that were actually somewhat controversial when they were first announced, but now it seems just like second nature. It's like the air we breathe. Of course there's a war on terror. Of course they're torturing prisoners. Of course it's all okay. Well, of course it isn't all okay, but unfortunately this is part of that, not that boiling frog analogy. It actually becomes the case where the boiling water seems like it's natural, seems like it's always been there, seems like, well, what's the big deal? It's just boiling water. It's always been like this. So now, I guess we're crazy conspiracy theorists for thinking there was a time back when Americans actually professed that torturing prisoners was a bad thing. So now I guess we're just all supposed to buy into the party line that the war on terror is good, torturing prisoners is good, and it's all American. Let's salute the flag and torture some more prisoners. Well, there's a lot to be said about this war on terror and as it's developing, so tonight we're going to be breaking down some of the lies that are being spread at this current time, going over some of the headlines, and breaking down what's really behind this war on terror paradigm. And the phone lines will be wide open tonight as well. Anything that you'd like to call in and talk about, 1-800-313-9443. If Mike in Maryland or Chuck in Texas are listening, you can call back in and finish up with what we didn't have time to get to last night. Sorry about squeezing you in at the end of the show there. So you or anyone else can call in and talk about whatever's on your mind, and we'll be back right after these messages.
Turn it up! I want my bailout money. Keep the bills coming. Sweet green cash just dripping like honey. I'm a new kind of thug with the Washington buzz.
All right, welcome back to the broadcast, friends. This is Corbett Report Radio, and I am your host, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you as always from the sunny climes of Western Japan. It's the 4th of October 2012 for me here, and the 3rd of October for those of you stateside. So tonight we are going over all of this information about the ongoing war on terror paradigm that unfortunately is continuing to play out, even as we've been told many times in the past few years. So that war on terror is over, and it's all done now. Well, of course, it continues to go on and continues to shape people's minds. And as we were talking about there before the break, there are still there are people who are buying onto it even more and going along with these torture techniques and all of the other things that are coming out of this war on terror. But here's another piece of the puzzle that's made some headlines and probably will be spun in a way that's politically convenient, but let's take a look at it anyway. This will take it from NPR, because why not? Senate panel finds anti-terror data sharing centers were useless. And this goes into the latest Senate subcommittee report on the efficacy, or lack thereof, of these fusion centers, which are being called a bunch of crap, according to Harold Skip Vandover, who was heading the reporting branch of the DHS. So that's a pretty damning report in a lot of ways, and I will I'll put the link there so that you can go and take a look at this article, and it links to the report itself, so you can have a read through of that. It's making quite a bit of headlines these days, and for those of you who did not actually catch this story, or in fact don't even know what the fusion centers are, well, let's turn to another report from, again, the Center for Investigative Reporting, which put out a video a year ago explaining what the fusion centers are by way of an interview with Lieutenant Tom Monahan, the director of the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. So let's take a listen to a clip from that video.
In the days that followed 9/11, the 9/11 Commission identified the fact that much of the information that could have prevented the attacks was available to those that could have potentially intervened and prevented it. But it was very closely held. It was held by individual agencies and not shared with others. And in some cases, it was held by individuals within the same agency and not shared. So the 9/11 Commission identified this as the problem. Well, the essence of fusion centers is the solution to this problem. This is the analytical deck of the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. Essentially what we are doing here is we're trying to paint a picture of what's going on here locally, both from a crime perspective as well as a counterterrorism perspective. We bring in an analyst from the FBI, we bring in an analyst from the DHS, somebody from a big city police department, somebody from a small town police department, some fire folks, maybe some public health folks. And we present them with a subjective set of facts and say, this is what has been observed. What do you think it means? What you see on the screens behind me are the computer-aided dispatcher, CAD displays. It's essentially a 21st century version of the old police scanner. We're engaged in the traditional crime-fighting mission here. What the crime analysts here are doing is they're looking at what's going on within the entire Southern Nevada region. Are there any emergent patterns of homicides, any emergent patterns of sexual assaults, robberies, burglaries, for example, which tend to be geographically located? And if a trend is detected, then we have the ability to communicate that information to the field commanders that can take the appropriate measures in terms of getting cops where the problems are.
Have the fusion centers caught any terrorists or helped catch them, stop them?
I can't answer that with any degree of certainty, but I know that the Colorado Fusion Center had an integral role in the Najibullah Zazi case. I know that they are transmitting information on a daily basis to those that are responsible for catching. Again, fusion centers are not responsible for the investigation and the apprehension of terrorists. That responsibility falls exclusively by statute to the FBI. The suspicious activity reporting is nothing more than what we've been encouraging people to do since the beginning of our country, and that is look out for each other, look out for your neighbor. The old neighborhood watch that began back in the 70s and 80s, the See Something, Say Something campaign is nothing more than an extension to that, to the newest threat that Americans have been facing that we didn't have to face prior to 9/11, and that is attacks against our country by terrorists. When we at the Fusion Center in Las Vegas collect suspicious activity reporting, it's not exclusively restricted to terrorism. So we do collect information on potential drug dealers, potential burglary series, because that is our role. It is the JTTF's role nationally to investigate acts of terrorism. Can we support that by acting as the wide end of the funnel, if you will? Yes, we can. We respond routinely on things that could be related to terrorism. But again, how do you measure prevention? We don't know whether or not we have encountered anything that could have resulted in a terror attack and thus prevented it. We'll never know that.
Oh, we'll never know that. We'll never know if we prevented a terror attack. We'll never know if we had any effect whatsoever on this entire terror paradigm. We'll just have to take it on faith, I suppose, that the good, hard-working men and women at these fusion centers were doing their level best and doing what they could to try to to get the terrorists where they belong, behind prisons, behind those bars of prison, so that they can be tortured. Absolutely ridiculous, and that's the pie in the sky PR propaganda that they'd like you to believe about the data terror sharing centers, the fusion centers. But once again, I'll direct you to that new Senate subcommittee report that really blows that entire theory out of the water. And unfortunately, because as we heard in that clip, the fusion centers themselves were predicated upon the so-called intelligence failures of 9/11, which I think anyone who's listening to this broadcast probably knows is not a failure in the sense that it was mission accomplished. The attacks went ahead and they happened, and the false flag event that started the entire war on terror paradigm went off almost without a hitch. It went pretty well for the perpetrators. So I don't think you can call them intelligence failures. But of course, that was the excuse that was used to create the fusion centers and to roll out the Department of Homeland Security and all of the other apparatus of the war on terror. So once again, if the fusion centers are found to be absolutely, completely useless and ineffectual, well, that can be chalked up to more intelligence failures. And what do we do when there's an intelligence failure? Do we fire people? Do we start scrapping these agencies? Do we start dismantling the war on terrorist police state? Of course not. We give it more money. We put more people in charge of it. We make it more of a bureaucracy. And unfortunately, that's almost inevitably the way these types of things play out. So we'll have to see what comes of this new Senate report. I'm not exactly holding my breath that the Department of Homeland Security is about to be dismantled or the fusion centers are about to go away. So we'll see at any rate. But unfortunately, we continue to be steeped in all of this. And for those of you who are wondering if they're still pimping the Al-Qaeda war on terror boogeyman, they most certainly are. So if you just want to do a Google News search for Al-Qaeda, you'll find all the latest stories from all around the world of this menacing boogeyman with the turban and the beard who's hiding under every rock and behind every lamppost, just waiting to pounce out and attack you. And of course, we've seen the latest variation on this meme coming from North Africa in the last few weeks with these embassy attacks. And we have, for example, the Weekly Standard, of course, covering this in a blog post, Al-Qaeda responsible for 4 attacks on U.S. embassies in September. Talking about what happened, of course, in Benghazi and what's been playing out since then and how this plays into the war on terror paradigm and what all these protests that are taking place allegedly due to that video, right? The Innocence of Muslim video that sparked this international outrage and sparked the protest in Benghazi, etc. Oh, wait, that's not true? It was actually a pre-planned terror attack, and the U.S. knew that from the very beginning, but they've been talking about this video as a political distraction to make people think that it's just a bunch of senseless Muslims who don't know any better, who are just trying to take away people's rights to free speech instead of actually protesting what the U.S. policies in Libya was? Oh, right. Well, okay. Well, we'll have more on that later. We'll start to flesh that out. But more indications of the way that this entire meme is playing out around the world, not just in the American context. We even have the French socialist government under Hollande now rolling out more of this and stepping into line with the war on terror agenda. So from France, we have this from independent.co.uk. France will arrest visitors to Afghan terror camps. Well, that sounds eminently reasonable. If you've gone to a terrorist training camp, you certainly deserve to be arrested, don't you? Well, of course, the devil is in the details with things like this, as I'm sure you're aware, and it depends what they say is or is not a terrorist training camp. So that, for example, you might remember we were talking about globalist lies exposed here on the program a week ago. Well, one of those globalist lies was the MEK has been delisted as a terror organization. Once again, that's the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, which is from Iran. It's based and operates in Iraq in what used to be a U.S. base that was vacated so that the MEK could stay there and stage their terror attacks on Iran. And they literally blow up civilians and commit terror attacks inside Iran, but since they're attacking civilians in our enemy's country, then they're good. They're not terrorists. So they've been delisted as a terrorist organization. They've been put on the good guys list. And everything's peachy keen with them. So if you attend an MEK training camp, you're okay. But of course, if you're part of this shadowy, nebulous Al-Qaeda group that they get to define any way they want, well, then you're going to be arrested if you go to France. So that's just more of how this entire agenda is falling into line. And again, it's been playing out this exact same way for the past decade, so not exactly news there. But once again, it has to be shown and demonstrated and teased out and highlighted and underlined and shoved in people's faces that no, actually, when you start to peel back the layers, NATO and the NATO forces and America and all of those Western countries are in bed with Al-Qaeda, have been for years, and are supporting their attacks in their enemies' countries. So we'll come back and we'll start outlining some of the aspects of that part of the agenda right after these messages. All right, friends, welcome back. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio. Tonight we are going over the War on Terror agenda. If you'd like to get in with your opinions, thoughts, comments, criticisms, or questions, the phone lines are open at 1-800-313-9443. I'd be interested in your guys' take out there on what you think will be the next stage of this agenda, because certainly it is not being put to bed. And we are going to probably go further into this entire War on Terror paradigm. So what do you think will be the next stages? Once again, 1-800-313-9443. But let's move on. Before the break there, I was talking about the ways that, as I'm sure, again, a lot of the listeners out there already know, the Al-Qaeda boogeyman is not just a boogeyman, but it's actually a sword that the NATO forces have been using to strike at their enemies around the world for decades now, literally. And just more indications of that continue to come out, of course, from the hotspot of the Middle East, Syria, where, although it's not as much in the news these days, I guess they're not pushing that particular war at this particular time, but it's still continuing to go on, and civilians continue to die in terror attacks being committed by Western-supported Al-Qaeda jihadists in the country. And you don't have to step out on a limb and go to a crazy conspiracy source for that. You can go to the Wall Street Journal, which just had a story from earlier today. Car bombs rock Syrian city. Deadly suicide attacks in Aleppo bear signs of jihadists signal bloodier phase. And here it's talking about how these attacks bore all the hallmarks of an Al-Qaeda-linked or inspired jihadist organization type of attack. And this is the type of rhetoric we've been used to hearing for years and years now about all of these supposed busted, phony terror plots that we've outlined on this program before, always traced back to FBI informants and FBI money. But here is the Wall Street Journal talking about how these attacks bear all the hallmarks of an Al-Qaeda attack, and oh yeah, we're supporting these guys, we're on their side. And again, we don't have to just state that. We can back that up and show specifically exactly how these Al-Qaeda-linked jihadists are being supported by Western and specifically American money. And to do that, let's turn to an excellent article from the always invaluable Land Destroyer report, landdestroyer.blogspot.com. And on Land Destroyer, Tony Cartolucci had a report up just last week about Clinton's pledge to back Al-Qaeda in Syria. It goes under the headline, Surreal. Clinton pledges $45 million in aid to Al-Qaeda in Syria. U.S. inundates terrorist legions with cash and support after regional embassy attacks and deaths of own ambassador. U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton announced that the U.S. would be providing an additional $45 million in non-lethal aid to the opposition in Syria, reported the Associated Press. The Western press chose their words carefully, ensuring that the term civilian opposition was repeatedly used to describe the armed terrorist forces attempting to violently overthrow the Syrian government. In reality, the opposition in Syria constitutes foreign terrorist legions flowing across Syria's borders and, in particular, staging and crossing over from NATO member Turkey. In fact, it was recently admitted by the terrorist legions themselves that their headquarters has been located within Turkish territory for the duration of the conflict. In a recent France 24 article titled Free Syrian Army Move HQ from Turkey to Syria, armed militants claimed they had only just recently moved from Turkey to within Syria. Clinton's aid is going to Al-Qaeda, not a civilian opposition. While the Western media attempts to portray heavily armed foreign terrorists as Syria's civilian opposition, It has been revealed that entire brigades are led by Libyan terrorists drawn from the ranks of the US State Department, UK Home Office, and UN-listed terror organization, the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, LIFG. The presence of LIFG in Syria was first announced by the Western press in November of 2011, when the Telegraph, in their article, Leading Libyan Islamist Met Free Syrian Army Opposition Group, reported, Abdul Hakim Belhaj, head of the Tripoli Military Council and the former leader of the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, met with Free Syrian Army leaders in Istanbul and on the border with Turkey, said a military official working with Mr. Belhaj. Mustafa Abdul Jalil, the interim Libyan president, sent him there. I'll let you continue reading this article as it goes on to break down the characters that are behind this so-called Syrian opposition, which, as we see, is really connected to the UN and US and State Department owned listed terror organizations that came out of the Libyan fighting and that were supported in their attempts to take down the Libyan government last year. Well, they're alive and kicking and doing well in Syria, where they're starting to bomb the Syrian government, or continuing to bomb the Syrian government forces and the civilians as well in Syria. Let's not forget these car bomb attacks, etc., are killing civilians, and they are being praised by the likes of U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. No surprise there. So once again, it is important to note that it is not just a something that's thrown out there. It is a documented fact that U.S. funds and support is going directly to the Al-Qaeda-linked jihadis who are killing civilians in these countries because they happen to be countries that the U.S. is interested in destabilizing. Again, nothing new there for anyone who's been paying attention for any length of time, but it does help to be able to document that, and that Land Destroyer report is invaluable in doing so. So let's take another short break. We'll come back with more on what's happening in Libya after these embassy attacks and more on this war on terror. Also, your phone calls, 1-800-313-9443. We'll be back after this.
I'm sick of this damn noise, the paranoid android poised at the edge of the precipice. Sanity is gradually becoming my nemesis.
Welcome back to the broadcast, friends. This is Corbett Report Radio on Republic Broadcasting Network. I'm your host, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, and tonight we're going over some news and headlines on the war on terror front, which unfortunately is that never-ending lie that we continue to be spoon-fed to the present day, and that we must continue to knock down the lies as they come out so that the public out there who hasn't cottoned on to them yet will do so. But on that note, we have a couple of callers waiting on the line, so let's get to your calls. First, let's go to Chuck in Texas. Chuck, thanks for calling back in tonight.
How you doing, brother? Good to talk to you again.
Good to talk to you,
yeah.
And sorry to cut you off last night. We just hit the end of the program.
Oh, well, I tell you what, it was a great show last night. It really, really was. And that was one of my pet peeves is this, spy gear on the side of my house. And I will be proceeding with replacing that with an analog. And I'd seen the video before, so that, that's something that was on my list of things to do, among others. What I wanted to talk about tonight was, we all, people who listen to RBN, in particular to you and John Stadtmiller's show, it just seems so big that people are, it's so overwhelming that it's so stunning that they do nothing. And what people must understand, folks, you must just bring it down to the micro. If your local police do not support this, if your sheriff gets enough grief, if he knows that the people are going to stand up and hold him personally responsible, if we talk to our neighbors and we prep and prep and prep, preppers, once you reach a certain point, a prepper realizes, man, I got enough stuff for my own family for a couple of years. Now, what about my neighborhood? And that's where the fight will be, local. They can't control us if we have those around us aware and know that there's somebody in the neighborhood who's already warned them, and all of a sudden we're the ones that they come to for answers, not the government.
Exactly right. I couldn't agree more. It is so important for people to understand that we can't affect what's happening on the big geopolitical stage directly, but we can affect what's happening in our own communities. And if we are prepared, and if we let others know what's coming down the line, even if they laugh at us today, when it all starts to come true, we will be the people who will be in charge of setting up that alternative community that hopefully will survive the disaster. And the more prepared you are today, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and that's exactly true on the political scene as well. So that's why we're not concentrating on the phony political stage there in Washington and the debates and all of that sideshow circus. It's what you can do at your local level and what you can affect in your community that counts.
Just start walking your dogs in the evening in your neighborhood and talking to people, getting where they're used to seeing you, and realizing that you're a nice guy. Then they find out later, well, as it progresses, that that's that crazy guy on the corner with the 6-foot chain link fence, and who's been giving the city council a hard time. And you must make them know there's some other option than listening to what the government is telling them.
That's
and
it.
They have someone else come through and say, I need help. And if they know you'll help them, prep beyond your own needs. Prep to help your friends, your neighborhood, and let's give them another option than the government.
Exactly right. I couldn't agree more. Once again, we do have to take it into our own hands, and that means helping out people in your neighborhood and getting them on board with it as well. And again, you don't have to be Chicken Little running around with your head cut off screaming that the end is nigh, but just let people know that you're there and that you want to form a community that will survive anything that comes. Because again, even if it's just a natural disaster or whatever, anything that happens, people should know that you are of someone in the community they can come to. And I think that's ultimately what's going to survive whatever comes. So, Chuck, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for your call tonight.
Talk to you later, buddy.
All right, take care. All right, let's go to Chris in Las Vegas. Chris, thanks for calling in.
Why, good evening, James, and what a distinct pleasure it is to speak with you again.
Long time no talk. How are you doing tonight?
It has been a while, although we are still on the same pathway, I see, as we're both notating this Hillary Clinton, the, let's call her reptilian New World Order agenda pro se executioner, who was specifically caught espousing the false flag scenario as a proper course for U.S. interests and others to prosecute against drawing the Middle East enemy into their sights. And also, Pete Santilli had caught, I believe it was Patrick Clausen of the Washington Institute, a Trotskyite Zionist supporter from the IMF and other agencies, espousing a topical possibility of a submarine going down and not coming back up scenario, which I think was a couched suggestion of the Enterprise scenario that was put forth reasonably earlier, of sinking it in the harbor of the Gulf of Persia.
That's right, and for people who didn't catch that clip, I did play it on the show last week, and basically this Patrick Clausen character was talking about all of the staged events in history that have been used to start wars, from the USS Maine to the Gulf of Tonkin to Pearl Harbor, and saying, well, something like that could happen with the Iran war to get things started. So absolutely, they're out there openly advocating false flag terror attacks as a way to kick off war. Surprise, surprise.
Well, at least we have a group singing in the same song so that we know explicitly what the mindset of these have taken over the U.S. government and are using it for their own private, personal, profitable agendas as opposed to looking out for America's interests.
Exactly right. Well, on the note of Hillary Clinton and the things that she's been up to, I'm going to be working on a podcast episode for CorbettReport.com that will be out next Monday about the Clintons, Bill and Hillary, and where they come from and the things they've been involved with. So I'm going to be digging up a lot of their past, and I hope people will tune in for that. But Chris, thank you for the call tonight.
We'll be anxiously awaiting it. James, thank you so much, and stay out of the radiation over there.
I'll try my best, and thank you for that. All right, well, on that note of what's happening in the Middle East and the false flags and events that are being used to kick off a greater agenda, let's just turn again to Libya and what happened there with the Benghazi consulate attack. It was really more of a safe house. It wasn't even in Benghazi. It was the next town over, but let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story. And this was a great story because, again, using this supposed video as the supposed reason for this attack to justify what happened there is to basically make it sound like, oh, it was just a bunch of crazy Muslims. It had nothing to do with our foreign policy. Obama's spotless, blah, blah, blah. So it was something of a PR spin on the U.S. government's behalf. And surprise, surprise, it's starting to come out, oh, they were basically lying to the public for at least 2 weeks. And the latest on this is from the National Post from Canada. They have this story from Reuters. U.S. told within hours Libya attack was probably a planned terror plot, but stuck to protest story for 2 weeks. So again, it's continuing to unravel, and now you're getting more and more of the insiders coming out and saying openly, yeah, we knew it was a terror attack, but they went with the protest story because, again, it was politically expedient. So that might be a good story to direct some of our less, more incredulous friends towards, to at least get them to take a peek behind the curtain and show, yes, these terror attacks are being used in propaganda ploys and they're lying to us about them, and the truth comes out later. So with this Benghazi attack, again, it was not this Muslim video, the anti-Muslim video on YouTube that started it. It was a pre-planned terror plot, and the US knew that from the get-go, but they lied to the public for weeks. Again, surprise, surprise. But again, this entire Libyan thing is being spun off into convenient political tit for tat and back and forth between the two sides of the same phony war on terror paradigm coin, the same two sides of the spectrum that are really just one end of a continuous circle that doesn't really ever break. And we get this from Examiner.com. We have Pelosi coming out and blaming Republicans for the terror attack and lax security in Benghazi. And just before, we were talking about how the entire fusion center idea was set up in the wake of 9/11 because of the intelligence failures of 9/11. Well, now Pelosi is attempting to say that, oh, well, this Benghazi attack was because of lax security, which was because of a lack of funding. So now she's blaming Republicans for not approving the $300 million extra that the State Department had asked for in its budget. And because the Republicans said no to that, that's why this attack happened. So the message, the take-home message from this political wrangling is that the more money you throw in the government, the safer everyone will be. So I guess, I mean, if they just raised taxes to a reasonable level, like say, 99%, so that you'd get 1 cent for every dollar you earned, which is probably enough for the scraps that you eat, you underlings eat, right? If we took 99 cents out of every dollar that you earned for the government, then everyone would be pretty much safe, maybe 99% safe. That's the take-home message from this type of wrangling. So again, it's disgusting, but it happens every single time. Every single time there is a failure, every time there's an attack that kills someone or there's some kind of big event that makes the headlines, they will find a way to spin it towards their political agenda and to try to get even more money, even more power into the hands of the government that has failed in all of its tasks. And again, I stress that the failure is only at our level. It's only meant for the base propaganda. Of course, it is not a failure. It is, in fact, a giant win for the people who want to keep expanding the size and scope of government and want these attacks to take place because it feeds into the agenda. So we've talked a little bit about what some of this shenanigans in Libya and the Benghazi attack and these protests might be aiming at in the bigger picture. Why would they want these types of attacks to occur? Well, I've said it from pretty much the get-go, and here it is in black and white. I've been saying that, well, this provides a convenient foot in the door for more U.S. troops and potentially even an AFRICOM stronghold in North Africa, as opposed to Germany, where AFRICOM is currently hiding out because they don't have a base in Africa. Well, this type of destabilization, the more protest and violence and anger and bloodshed there is in North Africa, the more excuse AFRICOM and NATO and all of these Western forces have for sticking their nose even further into the situation. And that's exactly what we're getting now. We have this from the national.ae. Planned U.S. drone attacks in Libya threaten fragile country. And it says, it would seem that the assassination of the U.S. ambassador in Libya, Christopher Stevens, along with 3 of his colleagues on September 11th, is proving to be a strategic turning point in U.S. politics in North Africa. This is evidenced by the sudden interest from the U.S. administration in Libya's security situation, said the London-based daily Al-Quds Al-Arabi in its Wednesday edition. Americans were shocked by the assault on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi last month. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton expressed it best when she said she didn't expect that the same people that her country had helped liberate and protect would actually commit such a crime. U.S. investigations revealed that the Ansar al-Sharia group, an organization affiliated with al-Qaeda, was responsible for the planning and execution of the deadly assault. It was an eye-opener to what was really going on in the post-Gaddafi Libya. There are so many points that I need to break down in this article alone. All of the lies they're spouting. Oh, no one thought that this would ever lead to any sort of terrorist group taking charge of Libya, even though that's the people we were helping. The Washington Post reported this week that the U.S. administration is considering a series of drone-led airstrikes against al-Qaeda bases in North Africa. Other news reports reveal that the U.S. government has already dispatched 20 drones to Libya, where they await the green light to commence their military mission. Did you catch that, folks? The drones are already sitting there, waiting for the green light. All they need is the political will to be mustered in order to start striking again at the Libyans and bombing them and blowing their country to pieces once again. And again, all enabled because of these failures to protect the diplomats and the State Department's underfunding. So it's a win-win-win-win for the big government proponents who will now suggest that the State Department needs more money for more security, and we have to greenlight drone strikes in Libya and probably elsewhere in North Africa. And if we're running all these drone strikes, we probably need more bases in Africa. So let's start apportioning ourselves some of the land there. I'm sure the new Libyan government would be happy to give us that, and well, if they don't, I guess we can always just bomb them again. And then when these types of attacks happen, we can continue the entire lie by saying, wow, I can't believe these people that we protected and aided and fostered and cuddled during our humanitarian love bombing last year are now attacking our embassies. It's just a ridiculous piece of theater from top to bottom. And we are all being played as the chumps if we continue to buy into these lies. Of course, I know that most of the people out there in the audience listening to this program probably do not buy into these lies. But again, we have to continue exposing them because they keep coming fast and furious. And on that note, let's skip to the other major destabilized hotspot. We've talked about Syria, we've talked about Libya. Well, next on the chopping block, of course, the big crown jewel that they're lusting after as the next domino to fall after Syria is Iran. It's always been Iran. Iran is in the crosshairs, and I'm glad to note that my latest eye-opener report, Iran is already under attack, is drawing such criticism. It's causing a lot of heated debate there on YouTube, which shows that I have snuck behind enemy lines and started implanting some of these ideas in places where people would, I guess, not normally be expecting to find them. So we're getting a lot of kickback from people who think that Israel is wonderful and great and protectors of the peace there in the Middle East, and they can do no wrong. And of course, Iran needs to be eradicated from the face of the planet. So we're getting a lot of angry kickback there on YouTube on that latest eye-opener report, and that's a good thing. If you want to go check it out yourself, it's up there at youtube.com/Corbett Report, but of course the full report is up there on boilingfrogspost.com. So you can watch that and read the transcript if you don't have a subscription. But Iran is definitely in the crosshairs. It's already under attack through economic sanctions and cyber warfare and the targeted assassinations of nuclear scientists. And just to add a little bit of insult to the injury, we have this from the Australian.com.au. You might have heard about the recent court case which concluded that Iran somehow was partially responsible for 9/11. Well, a U.S. court has just upheld that and ordered Iran and al-Qaeda to pay $6 billion in compensation to the victims of 9/11. Just a bizarre ruling. I to this day, I still don't understand how Iran and Ayatollah al-Khamenei has been implicated in 9/11, despite the fact that didn't seem to come up anywhere in any of even the phony staged investigations that the U.S. government committed. I don't know how they're getting Hezbollah and Iran involved in this, but here it is. Now, apparently, Iran and Al-Qaeda jointly are supposed to be paying $6 billion to the 9/11 victims. And I suppose when they don't, obviously, pay this $6 billion, that's just another excuse to demonize them. Look, they won't even pay the victims of 9/11. Not, of course, taking into account the U.S. government's failure to even provide health care to the first responders who literally gave their lives to drag people out of the burning buildings that day. Just a sickening state of affairs all around, and that's the type of lies we're dealing with. Let's take another short break. We'll be back to wrap things up and take a little bit closer look at what's coming for Iran. So stay tuned right there. We'll be back after these messages.
One day in Manhattan, clear as could be.
All right, friends, welcome back. This is Corbett Report Radio. I'm your host, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com. Tonight we've been breaking down the War on Terror mythology and where things are heading, and I think if there's any prediction that I could make about where this is likely to go next, it is in a story like this one. It's just been posted to cyberspacewar.blogspot.com. Of course, the journal, the blog of our good friend James Evan Pilato, also of MediaMonarchy.com. And it's a doozy. Huge cyber attack on U.S. banks allegedly came from the Middle East. The hackers behind the cyber attacks on major U.S. banks have repeatedly disrupted online banking by using sophisticated and diverse tools that point to a carefully coordinated campaign, according to security researchers. The hackers, believed to be activists in the Middle East, were highly knowledgeable about the defensive equipment used by the banks. Oh, how convenient. And likely spent months on reconnaissance, said several researchers interviewed by Reuters, who viewed the assaults as among the strongest and most complex the world has seen to date. And you can go and continue reading that. It's striking the Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, the other big 6 banks that have been implicated in the mortgage-backed security frauds and all the lies that have led to the collapse of the global economy and putting the entire world at the brink of economic Armageddon. But trust them, they're being attacked by these Middle Eastern protesters and cyber warriors. And this is the big boogeyman that's going to cause the collapse of the banking system. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So this is a story that me and James go over on the latest edition of New World Next Week. That will be posted in the next several hours. It'll be tomorrow morning for you guys stateside, so please look forward to that. Of course, that's at newworldnextweek.com. Of course, it's also at corbettreport.com, youtube.com/corbettreport. MediaMonarchy.com, all the usual places. You'll be able to find it, and I hope you will, because this is such an important piece of the puzzle. If I have to lay odds of what the next big stage of the War on Terror phony propaganda paradigm is going to be, I think it's going to be the cyber false flag, the virtual flag terrorism, because it fits into the agenda in so many ways. It slots right in there, especially an attack on the banks from the Middle East. You get to blame Iran, you get to collapse the banking system, have the little bank holiday that they're lusting after so that they can jigger around with the currency and make things all better by giving you less or new or funny colored pieces of Federal Reserve note funny money. They get to demonize the internet and hackers and crack down on free speech online. They get to hit so many pieces of the puzzle just by doing a false flag attack on the banks, supposedly coming from Iran or Syria or whatever boogeyman they want to blame for this. So again, we have to be out in front of that wave, exposing what's happening before it happens, and that's really our ace card, because if we can show people before it happens exactly what's going to happen, how they're going to do it, what type of lies they're going to bring out, then people will understand when the time comes that it is fake. And don't get disheartened about this. We have done so much work over the past 10 years exposing the false flag terrorism concept. 9/11 Truth has made such strides in making this a meme that's understandable to so much of the public. And just because every single person out there isn't quite awake to this yet doesn't mean that we've lost. In fact, it means we are gaining ground every day because more people are tuning in to this type of information. On that note, I'll leave things there. I will once again exhort you to go to CorbettReport.com to keep track of all the latest news and information that's coming out there. I just posted a new interview. This week's podcast episode is particularly interesting, if I do say so myself. Of course, it's all available for free thanks to the subscribers and supporters out there. Your support is appreciated. All the DVD orders are very much appreciated. Let's leave things there for now. Tomorrow night we'll be talking to Peter Kirby about weather warfare and financial derivatives. Should be a fascinating conversation. So until then, thank you all for listening. Take care.
spirit of the people is greater than man's technology. Beautiful life. The spirit of the people is greater than man's technology. Beautiful life. Beautiful life. Beautiful life.
Van Diepen's Dance Department.
En daar gaat hij, een uur lang. Hoogtepunten van het concert wat Underworld verleden jaar november